This is Ramneek Patel, and today's date is March 10th at 4:02 p.m. evening. This is hearing session of the Board of Assessment Appeals in room number 1.
Oh, no, I'm just too fast. It's just me. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I have a quick step on you.
know where the light switch is in here. You can sit right there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. And just so you are aware, this is being recorded, which is why that phone is there.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. And only one of you need to sign this. Thank you for coming in today.
Oh, thank you for taking the time to listen to us, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Happy to. We're all volunteers here, so we're helping out our fellow community.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're here for you guys, really.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Just so you are aware, my name is Ramneek Patel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today. It's being recorded, like I said, with math, just try to be as clear as possible.
Right.
To verify a few things, I have your appeal number here, and so I have it as 300 for Scott Osborne. And how do you pronounce your name? I'm sorry.
It's Mary Jo, but I go by Mary.
Mary?
Mm-hmm.
Pleasure to meet you.
You
Thank
too.
you. And the property that you both own, just say yes afterwards, is 123 Moody Ave?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. And the property is appealed at $405,300, and you are requesting value of $326,600. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to swear you both in. If one of you can raise your right hand.
Oh, we both can.
Yeah, it's fine.
We'll both be solemn.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. And if you could sign that, which you already did, perfect. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value on your home on October 1, 2020 should be $326,600. Market value is what your home would have likely been sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Okay. Well, we have done extensive research into your real estate assessment.
I have more.
That's fine.
So we understand
Totally more information you give me, the better I can make your case. So.
Okay. I have to, I'm sorry, it's getting my notes together here.
While she's doing that, I'll just give you my supporting data. I just did a little more market research. So these are the property cards for the photographed properties in the submission.
Okay.
And this is Mary's handwritten
Sorry, it's
list of
handwritten.
our property deficiencies.
We also have a few more pictures on our phone to show you. So, okay. We did an extensive study of the explanations of the legal explanations of fair market value, so we understand what that is.
Yep.
We also saw how you came to our estimated fair market value, that you took a look at the analysis of the fair market value in the market, that you got the mathematical formulas, and that looked at the actual conditions of homes. And then you did your analysis and looked at size, location, age, quality of condition, all of that stuff, developed these mathematical models, and then based upon that, you have an estimated fair market value for all properties in the community. We're here because we believe that our actual fair market value is not 405.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was what I just wanted to make sure you understood, that we really understood everything that led up to this and how you got at your numbers.
Yeah.
So then Scott had done extensive research online about the comparable houses in the area, so I'll let him kind of discuss that, and then I'll go back and discuss the list of conditions in our house as to why it's not the 405.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so the list of the property ID, the property cards, I think that's the slang term for those. So I provided one in a packet for the appeals application. I had provided photographs printed off from Realtor.com.
Yeah.
So in order to make sure that it was rounded out data-wise, I also printed off the property ID cards for those sales.
Yeah.
So those are for the most part sales within the base period from October 1, 1919 through October 1, 2020.
Okay.
There's a few of them that happened a little bit after that. So just looking for similar properties to provide, so that we had a good sample group.
Yeah.
We provided as many as we could, so we spilled over a little bit in past the October 1st deadline. And out of that,
right?
and out of that, the very top one, out of all the selections that we find, we felt that I think it's the Soundview property on the very top, there was one that was most comparable.
And so close to the date, so.
Right, in condition and land lot size to our property.
We looked at the
the others are similar.
Okay.
But we found that almost everything we looked at was superior in condition.
But that one is comparable condition.
That one, it has...
For 121 Soundview.
Yeah, they've got the unfinished basement,
we looked at the
unfinished
photos.
attic.
We looked at the photos, and we really felt like we were looking...
We thought we were looking at ours.
Our house. We're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe somebody is in the same...
It's rare to find.
Yes, I know. We couldn't believe it. We were looking at it with our jaws dropped. We're like, my God, these could be pictures of our house.
The old, what is it, Art Deco tile in the bathroom? And it was like, oh my God, this is our bathroom.
I mean,
really
all of the conditions were very similar, which I'll get into in a minute. But and like I said, I have some additional photos in addition to Scott's. But that was the one that matched the best. And the other ones we found, like he said, were comparable. But we looked at the conditions, and they were just completely done to the nines, you know.
Right.
And so we knew that that's why they were getting more money. Or most of the cases they had more land. We have a very small lot. So
and we're focusing very heavily on the condition of our house.
Okay.
Well, and also what we could find about this, the two factors. Also what we found about the, selling prices of houses in the area, comparable houses. So we did the best we could again in that way.
In the short, the short gist of it is, if we put our house on the market today, we would not get what the appraised value was.
We would not get 405.
I don't think anywhere near that because of the condition. I mean, you see it from the streets, one thing, but once you walk in the house,
different story.
There's a lot of work that needs done. So that's the main thing. We just do not feel that the market value is.
Do you mind if I go down the list, or do you want to still look at the? I'll let you look at the photos. And when you're ready, I'll kind of go down our list because I feel like it's important to stress the issues.
And I will add one thing in there, and just I think more or less maybe to prove a point possibly, but there's one in there that's I think a 4-bedroom that really weighed in with property the lot size and kind of the overall square footage size. As an example of here's a 4-bedroom that's selling for about what we think our market value is for our home.
Right.
It's one of those. I can't remember where it was in the order, but
villa.
Yeah. So and they're all as close to our neighborhood as we could get it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you 121 Soundview. How close is that to your house?
You showed me on the map.
That's probably looks like a maybe quarter mile, half a mile, possibly.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, there has not been a lot of recent sales activity like along our street or in
Villa's right near us, I know.
Villa's probably the closest. I think Stratfield was that? No, that's a little further down.
Yeah.
So
do we have Villa on here too? Yes, we do. Okay.
Yeah, there should be. I just wanted to provide you with the property cards so you can see a little bit. I only printed like the first page of the Realtor.com, the actual sales page, but all the property details I wanted you to have at your fingertips.
The photos, right?
For Villa, is there a more up-to-date property card? Because this one shows that this was sold on October 2005.
You just printed that property card out, didn't you?
Is there anything on the
Let me see
Realtor.com?
That's what I'm about to look up.
Because I know you printed those property cards just yesterday or just a couple weeks
I printed that one just today,
okay,
but
that's what I thought,
unless I misunderstood
so
sold October 2022, 2020.
Well, maybe they haven't updated it yet.
That's fine. What I'll do.
I tried to be attentive to the dates on that so that we were mostly in our base period. That was one of the reasons why I added Villa today, because I found that I spotted it on Realtor, and unless the
and the sale price
not
on
accurate.
that is what I'm looking for. 329,900 on October 22nd, 2020. So I just adjusted.
And that was did you write this with a condition of that? You said it was a superior condition. Was that the one?
The one on
everything was superior except for that one.
Well, honestly,
it was similar.
Yeah.
That was the most similar.
We're looking at we're drooling looking at these houses that were all done to the nines. We're like, oh my gosh, if we only had that.
Everything else is superior.
No worries. It's funny because I bought a really old house in Fairfield 2 or 3 years ago myself, and there was nothing you can find about the quality of it because I just had to redo it all. And so it's funny how wild and interesting Fairfield is.
Yes, exactly. That's
if you look like with the conditioned photos there, you can see a couple of samplings of the old wallpaper that we've still got up.
I saw it in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
We
oh my goodness.
And the old folks who were the owners before us. We bought it from her daughter, but her parents were the owners before. And what did he do for a living? He was a wallpaperer.
Oh, wow.
So, wallpaper, the plaster walls, almost every room of the house.
And I'm telling you.
That was the first thing on my condition. All of these plaster walls, most of them have this wallpaper. So the rooms that we tried.
Even the ceilings are wallpaper.
Really?
Yeah, like in that bedroom where you can see the same wallpaper on the ceiling. So when we tried to take the wallpaper off, the plaster and the wall was coming with it.
I spent a week and a half, and I got half of a bedroom done.
No, you got about a third, my friend. It's not even half.
I just gave up.
And we gave up and just said, okay, we did a third of it and painted over the whole thing because we just couldn't at this point.
I had to leave it for another time. I just lost it all, my patience.
My goodness.
So 385 Villa, because that is the closest, what are some of the similarities besides conditions between these two, between yours and theirs?
Do you have your
not
thing?
Sure. I don't have a copy of the property card.
No worries.
You have the pictures though, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Let's get that one up.
I only have the pictures, but I don't have any of the details on that one, unfortunately. I didn't.
Here it is, right here. Well, the lot size is
Double.
Is double. That was one thing.
Yeah, that's the other thing we wanted to point out is that in most of the homes, the acreage was more, the lot size was bigger, but
The square footage is comparable. I think ours might be a tiny bit more, but theirs is not much more. But the land was definitely twice as much.
We've got .11 acres, and this one's .25.
Okay.
And we felt that land, and I think the land plays into it quite a bit.
Yeah.
And from what we understand.
We also have half as many bedrooms, and we do have the additional half bath, but that's a difference. And then, like I said, when we looked at the pictures, that was the condition was definitely superior inside. They had really done a wonderful job updating it.
Okay.
If we would know, we would have printed those off for you. I'm sorry we didn't.
No, it's fine. I was just curious from my record because I know we like to look at properties that are closer. So there are so many different factors we look at, right?
Okay.
Yeah, definitely provided some really good information here, though.
Oh, good.
What else would you like to add to the record?
Well, this is the other kind of, argument that we have as far as fair market value.
Yeah.
I wanted to just briefly, this list, I can kind of go through it. So we already talked about the plaster walls and the wallpaper. The other thing is those walls have no insulation, which I don't know if you found that in your house, too.
Okay.
So there's no insulation in those walls. So I'm sure anybody who came in, they would just rip the plaster walls down and put up drywall and insulate, because I've seen that on the home improvement shows, which I watch a lot of. We need new windows. There's no insulation in the windows. Windows are approximately 25 years old.
Okay.
We need new garage doors, which Scott provided photos of the old garage.
Yeah.
The roof is going to need replacement. I don't know. You know more about the roof than I do.
Yeah, and they're not too near distance.
Definitely need an electrical upgrade. We have some knob and tube. There's a major shortage of outlets, and it's 100 amp, and it needs to upgrade it to 200 amp. That's against Scott's territory. We have the original plumbing. We did a test of the kitchen area. There's lead paint, so that's a whole other issue there.
What was the plumbing again? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. The plumbing, it's the original plumbing.
Okay, plumbing. That's right. And okay, go ahead.
And then we did it when we did our test in the kitchen of the lead paint. There's lead paint, so we are pretty sure that many areas of the house have the lead paint. We've just been painting over it. We haven't done an abatement or anything.
Okay.
We found a primer and a paint that will seal it in, but it's still there, so we would have to disclose that to a buyer.
Yep.
The main bath, I think there's photos of that, the black and purple bathroom.
Yeah.
So that would need an update. The basement needs waterproofing, which I have a photo I took here, a great close-up of it.
And I wouldn't be able to add it to the record because I don't have a copy of it, but I can certainly take a look.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It's an expanded view of the one I provided. She wasn't happy with it.
I have several. So this is just, you can see that they had put some sort of white paint over the stone, and then we're going to have to just take all that off and then leak it. So we're going to have to repoint the mortar.
I think it's dry lock.
And then while we're in the basement area, this is it's a basement laundry. You can see the.
Yep.
And then last but not least in the basement is our entryway is not insulated, so it's very cold. And underneath is this hole is. Let me see. What did you say, Scott?
It's a crawl space, dirt crawl space.
Dirt crawl space. So this is the dirt crawl space that goes underneath our entryway.
Yep.
So and then that has to be insulated, and this is also another thing in the basement that would have to be taken care of.
Okay.
So I think that's all for the basement pictures. Yes. So that's all of the. So we need the waterproofing. It's unfinished, obviously. The attic, it needs additional insulation. I think Scott has a picture, and there's also a photo here of our attempt at insulation. It's just to try to do something.
Okay.
We need to just have a professional come in and blow in the foam or whatever.
In the deck.
Yeah. And we did this just to try to help a little bit. So that needs to be done in the attic. It's unfinished, as you can see, and it's not habitable because it has a low ceiling. You can't really tell, but like if you walk down the middle here, that's the only place you're not going to hit your head. Scott kind of has to duck. I don't, but,
Yeah, no worries.
But it's a low ceiling, so if you go beyond that, I've hit my head many times on the beams. So that's the attic. I forgot to take a photo of this, but there's no direct access to the backyard. So off of the kitchen it's just like a raised landing, like a stoop, yeah. And you have stairs going down that goes like towards the garage area.
Okay.
And the yard is over here.
Okay.
So there's like, how people like to have the doors are going out. There's no access to the yard, and the yard is small, and it has no deck.
Okay.
A lot of people I know like these things, so that's why I'm saying these are probably, factors that would determine someone buying the house, because we know what people like. The fence, again, I forgot to take the photo of that. Sorry about that, but the fence needs replacement. It's just the old stockade fence that's literally falling apart. The original fence set when we bought the house. We started a small refresh in the kitchen, but the original cabinets and layout are exactly the same.
Okay.
So we haven't really, done like a gut job or refurbishment or anything. We're just trying to do a little refresh so we can kind of live with it.
Okay.
Like I said, the walls need painting, the woodwork needs painting, the ceilings need painting, and then there's the whole issue of that wallpaper that right now we're just painting over because to try and remove it, and, it's crumbling all the plaster.
Okay.
Last couple of items. I talked about the entryway and showed you the crawl space there. We have the window air conditioners. There's no central air. Again, that's, something else. And the radiators, I wanted to show you our lovely radiators because they're not just like, they're in very bad condition, as you can see.
You mentioned the windows.
And this one kind of shows.
The windows are shot, too.
This one shows the windows are needing replacement, too. So you can see it's not really dirt. It's like when they put these in, who knows, 25 years ago, they put like glue.
Yeah.
And the glue is like discolored.
Yeah. Okay.
So again, that's all stuff. We're doing all of these repairs ourselves, and that's why we haven't gotten very far on the list. The ones that we've done are stuff that, like when we bought the house, we couldn't find it. I'm very sorry. They did the inspection. Yeah. And there were just pages and pages of stuff. And so we've been going down and doing stuff to like save stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or, like windows that were leaking and things like that. So we've been trying to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, you guys definitely have some good information. I think the biggest thing is looking at market size and looking at these comparables, and you have some really good comparables in here.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, if there's anything else you wanted to add, certainly can. But you guys had some really good information today.
Okay.
Let me go over next steps with you guys, if that's okay.
Yes.
So what I do is I present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation hearing for consideration of vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the actual decision. So they're all going to be made in March. If you're denied, you can come back again next year. If you are considered if you do get granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can certainly take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your mail.
Did you say that if we don't agree with the decision, we can appeal again in 1 year?
Next year, yes.
So even though it's not a revaluation year,
you can appeal again. You can technically appeal again every year.
But if you reduce it, then we can't appeal for
5 years.
Right.
Until the next revaluation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that's why it's good to get it close to this number.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
yes.
Because we don't want to make up a number for you.
Right.
And then you're going to be stuck with it.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
No.
I don't think
we can't think of anything else. We tried to, again, just give as much information as possible. We thought about doing an appraisal, but then with the COVID, it's just been a difficult issue.
It's hard.
So, okay.
No,
all right. Thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
I was so nervous about this, and you've been lovely. You've been lovely. You've just been so wonderful. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Oh, yeah. No,
and looking at our ugly.
No, it's fine.
So, you all volunteers that are doing the...
Wow.
Oh, my God. What do you do when you're not...
I do vaccines for Pfizer.
Oh,
so I'm the vaccine rep for all of Fairfield County.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
so we've been busy. But it's all
Oh
good.
my goodness. That's
Okay.
That's great. All right. Thank you again for your time.
Of course. It was a pleasure meeting you both.
Oh,
Nice
you
to
too.
meet you.
You
Of
too.
course.
Thank you again.
Take care and stay healthy.
You as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear? Testing. Okay, nothing we can't manage. Of course. Go right in here. You can take a seat there. There? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you for coming. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, my name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 board members
Okay.
of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it is being recorded on this line.
Great.
So with Matt, just try to be as clear as possible.
Okay.
To verify a few things, I have your appeal number as 396.
Correct.
The property you are appealing, 814 Knapp Highway,
Correct.
and you are the owner, Colin Chandler?
Yes.
Great, thank you. The town has your property appraised at $371,800, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $335,000.
Correct.
Great, thanks.
All right. Prepared a.
Yep, just one more step. I'm just going to swear you in.
Okay.
If you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give today concerning the assessment appeal is the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Great, thank you. If you can sign that paper for me. Thank you. Perfect. All right, great. So here's your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home should be $335,000 on October 1, 2020. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Great. Hello, and thank you for taking the time to hear from me today.
Yeah.
As of June 2020, my family and I are the new owners of the house at 814 Knapp Highway. Due to COVID, our ability to explore and enjoy Fairfield has been slightly diminished, but we have loved what we have seen so far. I'm here today because I believe the town's appraisal is incorrect and should be more accurately match the fair market value of the home I purchased.
Okay.
After the informal hearing, the appraisal price is $371,800, while I believe it is much closer to or actually worth $335,000.
Okay.
The first major point that I believe supports that assertion is the appraisal that was completed at the end of April 2020, which set the fair market value at just below our initial offering price. We initially offered $339,000, and it was appraised at $335,000. I provided the full appraisal in my initial documentation. I have it here with me as well. It includes 5 comparable sales from the same time period. The market value, of course, fluctuates monthly, and it has been 8 months since the purchase, but the appraisal price is far beyond the normal fluctuation. The second point I'd like to make is that the purchase price the previous owners, John and Catherine Lynch, paid. In 2013, they purchased the house for $332,000. So in 7 years, the value of the house increased nearly $3,000. Yet in the 8 months that I've owned the home, the value has supposedly gone up 10 times that amount. This is obviously incorrect to me.
When did they purchase the house?
2013. It's
Okay. No worries.
on here, 8/27/2013.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. No problem. Which leads me to my third point, that the supposed increase in value is from people buying due to COVID-19. Many people were escaping the city due to the potential danger of being in such a concentrated area. With the vaccines available to the public and the rates trending down, that buying frenzy will drop significantly. These tax rates are going to be in effect for 5 years, and the bump in value due to COVID will normalize before the tax rate is reassessed. It may already be happening as I look at the current market. I also have trouble believing that the bump in market value is affecting all of Fairfield uniformly. Take, for example, 131 Hunyadi Avenue. The real estate website Zillow estimates its value at $524,942. It was listed for sale in May 2020 for $285,900. It sold in June 2020 for $255,000, which is 10.8% less than the asking price. If prices are skyrocketing, as we've been led to believe, why are homes not actually selling for that much? I found a house that is very comparable to my own, 61 Cardinal Street, same layout, size, and school district. It sold in late July for $310,000. For a more recent sale, 75 Roseville Street was listed at $339,900 in January.
Okay,
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Okay, go ahead with the second one again.
61 Cardinal Street? Or
No, the other one after that.
Okay. For a more recent sale, 75 Roseville Street was listed at $339,900 in January and sold for $327,000.
What was the date on that again? You said, it doesn't matter.
I didn't have the exact date. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. What was the month and year?
It was
around time.
Listed in January 2021 and sold in, I think, February. I didn't list that.
No worries. Okay.
On to the property itself.
Yeah.
The largest increase in appraised value came from the land itself. For this appraisal, the land value is set at $272,400 for 14,943 square feet. That's nearly $50,000 from the last appraisal, which is in here. The last appraisal was at $227,100.
Okay.
I believe this valuation is taking into account lot size alone and not the land itself. Approximately one half of the land is wetlands and at a much lower elevation than the rest of the land. With this comes greater costs in permitting, pest control, and a general inability to traverse the land for a portion of the year. The snow melted weeks ago, but much of the land remains underwater. I believe the wetlands are not being included in the value properly because the property with similar size, 965 Tungus Hill Road, has a similar appraisal value at $261,200 for 13,072 square feet. For the home, I believe the square footage of the basement is off. It lists the square footage of the finished portion of the basement as 1,148 and the unfinished portion at 452. That adds up to double the size of the actual basement.
All right, so the unfinished square footage again?
It's currently listed at 1,148 and the unfinished portion at 452.
And what is the actual basement size?
800 square feet.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So I didn't completely measure it all, but
yeah,
I think that those numbers are both doubled of what they should be.
Okay, yeah.
While I wish the basement was double the size it currently is, the numbers do not match the reality of my home.
Yeah.
In conclusion, I think it's clear that the valuation of my property is not correct as the town has assessed. I have a recent appraisal that says it is not correct. The property value growth has stalled for years before COVID. The return to normal life after COVID brings the property values back to their pre-COVID market price. The similar properties I've noted and how they have sold for their fair market value and the land itself. All of it paints a clear picture that has been overassessed. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Do you have anything you wanted to add about 61 Cardinal and 75 Roseville for documents or no?
No, I didn't have time. I ran out of time to print those.
No worries. Okay. And the comparable sales on the appraisal, did you want to speak to any of the 118 Crane and the 25 Raymond? Like, are they pretty similar to yours?
Yeah,
Location, size?
I believe they're similar in location and size. I think it's all noted in the appraisal, but
Yeah. Okay.
um,
Okay, no worries. We can like the appraisal. I just wanted to see if you had anything on that.
that would have been good.
No, it's fine. What I'm basically doing is I'm one of the board members, so what I do is I present your case in front of the board, and so I just like to have I like to have as much information as possible when I present, so then they can see what's going on here. Okay.
No, I think that the appraisal kind of speaks for itself. It's quite large, so.
Yeah. No, definitely. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
Not at the moment. I've never done one of these before, so I only found out recently that a lot of people have people represent them.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
I didn't know that when I first came when I first filed my taxes years ago. But yeah, but basically we're all volunteers.
Okay.
So we're basically here for you guys as a board. We're not appraisers. We're not like going to reappraise your house when it comes to like actually inspecting it. But we all make a decision based on your guys' case.
Okay.
And we deliberate as a board. So for next steps, I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board members at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision of 7 days of when we make the decision. So all decisions are going to be made in March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
That's understandable.
Yep. So if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal in court. Instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter. Okay. Any other questions?
Nope, that's it.
All right. You gave me good information today. I'll present to the board and we'll let you know.
Thank you so much. Ronick?
Ronique.
Oh, Ronique.
Yes, no worries. It's fine.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Take care, Colin. It's almost over, right? You can sit there. Welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and the hearing is being recorded on this phone.
Okay.
So with our math, just try to be as clear as possible.
All right.
To verify a few things, I have your appeal number as 524. The property you are appealing is 95 Roseville Street in Fairfield. And can you state your name for the record?
Joseph Guerrieri.
Great. And you live on this property, 95 Roseville?
That's correct.
Great. And you're the owner?
Yes.
Perfect. The town has your property appraised at $343,600, and you're requesting the town to reduce your value to $300,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Perfect. If you can raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal in question is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can sign that document there.
On the bottom line, or?
Nope, that's
Oh,
out.
okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So here is your opportunity to prevent testimony as to why you believe the market value in your home on October 1, 2020 is $300,000 and not the value assigned by the town. Market value is what your home would have likely been sold for on this day, so please try to be as succinct as possible.
Right. So I just purchased this house and moved in June.
Okay.
My purchase price was for $305,000, and I do have my appraisal here from when it was appraised during this time frame.
Okay.
And your value is just a bit higher than what
Face value.
I say it's worth.
Okay. And I believe I have parts of your appraisal. Okay. They mix the pages up a little bit, but not a big deal. Okay. And the appraisal came in as $325,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, sorry, go ahead. And I show the comparables in here. 90 Adelaide, 103 Adrasi, and 258. I know it's an appraisal, but did you want to add anything to those?
No, I mean, if you read it in here in the Uniform Residential Appraisal Report, it says there were no recent comparable land sales similar to the subject. This house is a pretty much a makeshift house from the 50s that was like a Sears mail order home back then. And I'm serious, you go down the whole street, all the houses look like this except for a few. But
yeah.
Those other houses are in a different neighborhood, not overlooking a graveyard, etc.
Okay.
And they just didn't have anything to compare off of it.
Okay. Did you?
And as I stated as well, the renovations I need to do to the house. Your appraisal, I believe, would be accurate if I did the repairs and necessary upgrades that I need to do to the house. I would agree with that, but as it is now, I do not.
Yeah, and what are the renovations that are needed?
Everything is original. It needs all new windows. You're in the house. It's drafty. The wind blows. You feel the wind blow.
Yeah.
I constantly run my heat or the AC.
Okay.
And just everything in the house it's all original. And both the house and the garage do need roofs done to them eventually.
Okay.
The garage sooner than later. So I do have to make some necessary repairs.
And the home was built in 1959, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The house has central air, but that doesn't even work. It needs to be replaced.
Okay. What was your purchase date? June? Do you know by chance?
I believe it was the
June 30th?
I believe it was the 25th was the purchase date. Or maybe the 26/23/20 is the written loan commitment down here. I'd go with that date, 6/23. Or does it have to be the exact date?
I'm just bringing it up really quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I show. Yeah, it's not even quite updated yet either on like Zillow or Realtor. Because I show on this it was sold June 30th for $310,000.
Yeah, the sale price was for $305, but it went in as $310, so I can get $5 back for the concessions for closing, which I have that here. If you need to, I'm pretty sure it was in what I
only have your appraisal, but
it's not in the. Did I submit the sale contract to you
yes,
that I
you
have?
did. The last page, I believe. Sale contract. There you go. Okay. The concessions was 5,000. Okay. Okay. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm building a case for you.
Right.
So then, when I present to the board, we're all volunteers, so we're all trying to help our fellow residents.
Right.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
No, I mean, I recently just purchased the house. It was only a few months after
Right.
they came and did, and it was way higher than what it was.
Right.
So, I mean, I have my appraisal, I have my sales contract.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the evidence that I'm presenting to show, so we'll go from there.
Sounds great.
And see what happens, so.
Yeah, let me tell you about next steps here. So you gave me some good information today, so I have enough to go to the board. I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision.
Okay.
All decisions are going to be made in March.
Okay.
So if your appeal is denied, you can come back in next year.
Okay.
If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your letter.
Okay.
Anything else?
Just so I know you said it a little too quickly. So
sorry.
if there is a reduction and I accept, what was the time frame?
So if there is a reduction, you can't have a reevaluation until the next 5 years.
Okay.
You can't appeal again until the next reevaluation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the other one you said? I don't know if you have this in writing.
No, you're fine. It'll be in the letter.
It'll be in the letter?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Basically, if you're denied, right? If you're denied completely, you can appeal again next year.
Okay.
If we do grant you a reduction, whether it's your reduction or one that we come up with, right? You can't reevaluate that, reappeal that for the next 5 years.
Okay.
Because that's going to be when the next reevaluation is.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect.
All right.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Take
pleasure
care.
meeting you
All
as
right.
well.
Have a good one.
You too. Take care. No, I'm part of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Oh, okay.
So I'm a board member.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a town employee.
No. Yes. No, I have my own job, though.
Oh, I was going to say, how they snooker you into doing
that? No, my real day job, I work at Pfizer. I'm a vaccine rep for all
Oh,
of
okay.
Fairfield County.
I just got my last Pfizer,
Oh, yeah?
the second one on Saturday, yeah.
Oh, nice. How'd it go?
Good. Arm hurt, a whole arm, not just the site.
Okay.
The whole arm hurt for about 24 hours, but
Okay.
and it took about 24 hours to kick in, the hurt.
And that was your second dose?
That was my second. The first was just a little bit sore on the site, you know.
Okay. And how old are you again? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm 69.
Okay. All right, because we did have like moderate pain showing about, I think it was like 40%, and over 55, I think it was.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
But it was, hey, it beats the alternative.
Oh my God, yeah.
I had a cousin, unfortunately, that passed away from COVID in January, so he was 80 years old. So I know. I wish he could have been. He got sick in December, and I wish he could have. You know, I wish the vaccine had been
Around,
earlier.
yeah.
Right. Might have helped him.
I know. I get my second dose on Wednesday.
Oh, wonderful.
And I get it at headquarters, so it's just so weird.
Yeah. Well, you work for what would be really weird is if you
Didn't
you
work.
worked for Pfizer and they gave you Moderna.
Oh, I know. I would have been so mad.
I know. Or Johnson & Johnson, yeah.
Or Johnson. Oh, right.
Yeah. So your name is Ronick, right?
Ronick, yep.
Ronick, okay.
Yeah, no worries. So welcome. This is being recorded, by the way, which is why this phone is here.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So, again, my name is Ronick. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Yeah.
I'm going to hear your appeal today, and like I said, it's being recorded.
Okay.
To verify a few things, your appeal number is 611.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no worries.
I assume you know what you're talking about. Yes, 611.
And the property you're appealing is 136 Crane Street?
That's correct. Yeah.
And you are the owner of Lawrenceshire?
That's correct.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Correct, yeah.
Great, thank you. The town has your property appraised for $343,600.
Yes.
And you are requesting the town reduce your appraised value to $300,000. Is that correct?
Wait a minute, say that again?
Yep.
What does the town have it appraised as?
We have it appraised for $343,600.
Oh, $343,600?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I have the 240 here, but that's the 70%, obviously, right?
Oh, so you have the okay.
I have the final assessment. You know what I mean. I have the 70% rate.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then so just going off appraised value, you're requesting for $300,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. That's on my appeal. Yes, I see that.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
If you can just raise your right hand for me, just for swearing in.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give today concerning the appeal in question today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can sign that document that's underneath there.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? I'm double masked, but I
Oh, you're fine. I usually wear double mask too.
Okay. So just sign up here.
Yeah. Yeah, you're coming in clear on the speaker too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So do you have questions, or you want me to state my case, or what?
Yeah, so I'll ask you to state your case, but just wanted to let you know, here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $300,000 and not the value of the town.
Do you have the documents that I submitted?
I do. So
Okay.
I have the photos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the short version is, and as I said, I'm retired. You know, so it's I think it's a little more meaningful to me now. I just did the thing because I got the first select woman's thing with the 1.98 increase, and I just ran the number on that. And if it's going to be 28.77 for the new mill rate times the 245.20, that comes out to $6,920. My current taxes are $5,700. So that's a $1,220 increase, which is pretty dear. You know what I mean? If it were just a mill increase, I'd be like, hallelujah. You know?
Right.
It's the mill increase on top of the assessment increase. So my case in very, very simple terms is that I feel that the condition of the house does not warrant the value of $343,000, as evidenced by some of the pictures. There's, anybody who was going to buy that house and there's the front pictures. You can see that there's conditions on the outside where the stucco is and everything that needs a repair and everything, and there's several other spots, but that's probably the worst of it.
Okay.
That's photos 1 and 2.
Yep. And
the windows and everything are old and have not been replaced. Photo 3, the back exterior steps are crumbling, and there's that little sunport mudroom area, and that wood is rotted, and in the interior kitchen.
These are the front steps, right?
What's that?
These are the front steps, right?
Where?
The steps in front of the house. Yeah.
Show me the picture.
Yeah. These steps are.
No, those are the rear. Those are the rear.
The rear.
Steps.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. That's rear.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
The front steps are fine. It's the condition of the stucco that I was showing on the front.
Got it.
And that wood on that thing is rotted. You can't see the steps so well on the back, but trust me, they're crumbling and everything. And the kitchen has not been. And this is what I don't get. It says on the field card, it says that the kitchen is average, and there's a house on my street that's brand new, 3 years old.
Yep.
Very nice house.
Yeah.
They're listed as average. There's no way. There's no way that my kitchen, with its 1950s/60s at the best wooden cabinetry, as you can see, that's why I enclosed a picture of that, is anywhere near average or anything like that. So as I said, it's just the condition. I do not have. There's no fireplace, no deck. No improvements. I noticed that they say that there's a place on the field card that says a certain percentage good. I'm not sure what that means, but I think my percentage good was 58%, and there are and which is pretty low because I went around my neighborhood and most of the others were either in the 60s and of course that newer house was in the 70s, Okay. I assume that's just like a general drive-by condition that they say good. So mine's not so good. Yeah. I know in the original thing that the Board of Assessment sent out said that there's no way that, don't make a case that comparing yourself to other, taxes in the area, but I'm sorry, I did it anyway.
Yes,
I went around. I looked for houses, 1,200-foot capes.
Yep. Okay.
That were in better condition outside.
Okay.
And I just looked to see what their increase was. The general increase, because I went on that that site from the assessment company.
Yep.
And I could compare. I'm not going to give you. I mean, if you need a number, I could give it to you, but I prefer not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but virtually all of them were 9%, 10% increases, and mine was 13.2% increase. The only other house in my general neighborhood that was a 13% increase was one that had been totally gutted, rebuilt, and was totally rebuilt within the past year, 2 years.
Can you those percentages again? You said the appraised values in the
neighborhood. The appraised values on other similar houses were, in other words, the increase. The increase in the assessment was 9%.
To 13%?
9% 9 to 11%.
Okay.
Mine was 13.2%, and that other house that was completely gutted and rebuilt was 13%, but they have a brand new house now.
Right.
Which obviously I don't. So, what was I going to say?
Do you have the address of the house that was rebuilt?
Yes, there's two of them. There's okay. The one, it's 280 Lenox Avenue.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
And by the way, they have a 76% good, thing. They were assessed a little bit, they were assessed more money than me. But like I said, it's like a brand new house,
Okay.
Let me see what else. There's a house down at the end of my street, 157 Crane, which is similar. It's 1,227 square feet. And it's only assessed, the assessment, as opposed to my 240, 520, is only 220, 290. 220.
Oh, 220,
290. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, I'm not asking you to raise their taxes. Just, anyway, like I said, being retired just for a couple years and everything, it just the amount of it just seems really high. And I'm not sure where all these improvements you're showing on the field card, $104,000 of improvements. As I said in my on one of the pictures, I put at the bottom. You have it. I didn't copy everything, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I said that the only things I've been doing in the house in recent years is just emergency repairs like plumbing and stuff like that. There's been no new kitchens, no new siding, no new windows, no new no central air conditioning, no
Okay.
You get my point.
No central air, right?
I'm sorry?
No central air.
No central air. Right. Even the bathroom, I do have 2 bathrooms.
Okay.
But as when I bought the house, they explained to me it's downstairs. It's down in the lower level, so it's not even as desirable because that means people on the second floor, the 2 bedrooms on the second floor of a Cape.
Yeah.
Usually they go to the bathroom out there.
Yeah.
They have to walk down either 1 or 2 flights of stairs to get to the bathroom in the middle of the night.
Okay.
Right, and the realtor explained, it's less desirable, and I didn't care, but it was like, it didn't matter at the time. So, anyway, so I just think that if somebody was buying that house, I'll be honest, that I think it's going to be either if somebody's going to buy it, it's going to tear down or a total rehab, and I don't think anybody's going to be willing to pay $343,000 or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Like that. I think that's a stretch of the imagination. I'm probably, going to be selling within a few years. So I just need a tax break really to be honest, probably just, 2-3 years, I'm not looking for a, tax break for the rest of my life,
Yeah.
I don't need even though it's small, I don't need such a big house by myself anymore.
I know it's hard in Fairfield for properties like this.
Yeah.
I know for my house when I bought it 2 years ago, I mean, civil was the correct, how to get it redone. But do you by chance have comparable sales? Like, did you have like that were
No, I did not. I don't have comparable sales. Only what like I said, the house that was. I have a million on my street where what their assessments are, where it went from and they did go up, but the percentages that I said that they went up were more like 9 or 10%, not 13%.
Okay.
So, but I don't have, like I said, I don't have I wasn't going to go and spend the money of a full realtor's, what do you call it, evaluation or assessment, because I'd be spending good money after bad.
Did you want to add anything else to the record? Like, did you want me to scan that page in for you?
No, these are just notes and stuff like that.
Okay.
Did you take those notes?
I did. Yeah.
If you want to.
I can certainly add it to the record.
Okay, here, just.
Let me just make a quick copy of it.
Yeah. So these show, mine is 136, and I show these other houses here, and what I did was I showed their square footage.
Okay.
I showed the percentage good, because mine was 58, and what those were in comparison, and most of them were better. Their assessment in 18 and their assessment in 20, the most recent assessment.
Okay. Well, I'll be right back. I'm just going to make a quick copy of this. Okay.
All right. And I had that guy, that Brian, that's the guy from, I had the verbal, the telephone thing.
Yep.
Was that an appeal, I guess?
It may have been an informal appeal.
Informal appeal, yeah. So I had that, and there was no, no change, absolutely no change. So I did say it on this thing, on the assessment. I just said that they're showing 100,000 improvements. I'm trying to figure out where these improvements were because I've had no improvements inside or outside, simply necessary plumbing repairs, et cetera, as needed.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
All right. So where does this go? I'd be grateful for any consideration that could be given. Where does this go from here?
So let me just go over next steps with you.
Yeah.
So basically, what I do next is I present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation hearing.
Yeah.
And we all consider and we all vote on it.
How many people are on the board?
Well, it's majority, so as long as we have at least 5, it's good enough for a vote.
Oh, okay.
But we just try to make, or I think it's actually 4, but I think we tend to do 5. So when we deliver on it and assess it, you'll be notified within 7 days of our decision.
Okay.
All the decisions are going to happen in March. And so
by mail?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Wait, say that last part again?
Yep. So if you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Oh, you mean like if it's not as much as I had wanted, but...
No, like say for example, like we did give you $300,000.
Yeah.
Or if we did 310 or whatever, right?
Right.
We did a partial, or if we went all the way down to your value.
Yeah.
Then you can't appeal again.
Okay.
Until 5 years. That's why it's important to get close. But anyways.
Yeah. No, I don't know why you would want to appeal again if you won, right? So,
right.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and a lot of times it's like if we can't put together like an arbitrary or like a number that's close enough, like we don't want to like make that decision for you a lot of times because you can't reappeal in 5 years.
Yeah. Oh, you can't reappeal in 5 years
if we reduce it, right?
Yeah.
So if like say for example we say, all right, well we think it's going to be 320.
Yeah.
Right. It's hard for us to really give that number out because you can't reappeal that, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why it's close to get close to this number if possible.
Yeah.
But if you if you don't agree with the decision that we make, you can also appeal your decision in court. Instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your letter.
That's not gonna happen, So.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Any other questions?
No, I think that's it. I did have in the back of my mind one question, but let me see. Appeal. By the end of March, you said, or sometime during March.
Yeah, we're going to make all the decisions in March. Okay. So whenever we deliberate on your appeal, you'll get notified within 7 days of that. So if it's end of March, it'll end up being April, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. Let me just see if there's any other question I had. Yeah.
And I'll add this to the record too.
Okay. Yeah.
So then
I hope they can. Is it legible?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, I can speak to it as well. So.
Okay. All right. Okay. So. I know. I was just going to ask you out of curiosity. Are you getting a lot of appeals?
600 this year.
Wow. Okay.
So it is. That's why I'm actually a temporary board member just for this year to help with all this.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, very good.
Lawrence, it was a pleasure.
Ronique. Yeah.
Ronique.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. Thank you for your time.
Of course.
I don't know if this is mine or theirs. You have
trash?
I
can. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Might have been mine.
No, I'm a fellow Fairfield member too. I bought a small house here as well.
Yeah.
About 2 years ago. I love it.
Yeah. No, it's a great town. It's like I said, it's hard. Especially like I said, I've never had a tax increase like this before.
Yeah.
It was, always, 300-400, blah blah blah. But over, what did I say? 1,220.
Yeah.
It's over $100 a month. And Social Security, I got $17 more.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't keep up with inflation or anything like that.
All right, thank you. I appreciate very much your time and consideration.
Of course. Thank you, Coach Lawrence. It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye. Good luck with your vaccine.
Oh, thank you. It's usually that way, but I'm good for now. So I have it. Thank you both for coming, though. If you guys can sit right there.
Yeah. This is my Thomas, my realtor, my representative.
Oh, got it. Hi,
Yeah,
Thomas.
nice
to meet you. It's a pleasure.
Professional speaking for me.
No worries. And just so you are aware, the phone's there because it's being recorded.
Okay.
Yep. So bear with me while I pull up some information here. So welcome, by the way. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and like I said, it's being recorded, so with math, just try to be as clear as possible. I'm not great at that because I mumble, but we'll see how it goes. Your appeal number for the record is 587. The property you are appealing is located at 109 Blue Ridge Road, and for the recorded line, can you say your name?
Nicole Collins?
And you are the owner of 109 Blue Ridge Road?
Yes.
Great, thank you. The town has your property appraised at $325,200, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $281,000. Is that correct?
Yes. Get that out.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Perfect. If you can raise your right hand, Nicole. Just for the swearing in, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you can sign that document right there, top line. Perfect. Thank you. So here's your opportunity to kind of provide testament as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $281,000, and not what the town assessed your property at. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please try to be as succinct as possible.
Sure. And can I refer to my realtor, Mr. Thomas Tanaka, to speak to that?
And so
I did the affidavit for him.
Oh, you're here anyway, so.
Yes.
Thomas, what is your last name again?
Chanaka, Chanaca.
Okay. Perfect. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. May I begin? Great. Well, just really the market data, when we looked at comparable sales during that time period, the market data just really isn't supporting a value greater than $281,000. The three closest comparables were 1600 Melville Avenue, which sold on August 14th, 2020, 115 Davis Road, which sold the same day, and 451 Melville Avenue, which sold on 9/30/2020. Those were the three closest properties in terms of just vicinity, but also overall size, land size, and so on. And when you look at what they sold for, 1600 Melville Avenue sold for $300,000. It's a larger property, a more updated property, has a garage, whereas 109 Blue Ridge does not. So, when we apply, basic appraisal adjustments, comparably, it really would price out more in the 274 range compared to 1600 Melville Avenue.
You said 274?
Yes, 274, 200.
Okay.
And when we compare it to 115 Davis Road, which sold at 315, we saw a similar to the previous property. It was quite a bit of a larger parcel, quite a bit larger in square footage. Again, a garage. So
Strathfield area too, I believe.
Correct. So there were some adjustments there. It came out about 287,750 if you apply the adjustments to that property, and then 450. What's that?
Brought down price again?
I'm sorry.
What's the price that you brought it down to after the
287,750.
287,750. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem at all. And then there was an outlier property of 451 Melville Avenue, which sold for $320. And the property itself was around the same size, a little bit smaller than 109 Blue Ridge, believe it or not, but did have a fence. So, we comped that out at about $319,800. That property, I think was really, we saw a lot last year with the COVID-19 pandemic, where properties were not really selling for what they probably should have been selling according to what the market was representing. And I just really feel 451 Melville, that was more of an outlier. It was a much smaller property. It wasn't on the market long. It looks like someone came along, probably from out of town. I didn't research it, but and scooped it. So when we look at really what the property realistically would have sold for, $281,000 would have been, if I was marketing this property at the time and listing it on the market, would have been what I would have expected to be able to bring a buyer to the owners.
Do you have the sale dates on these three?
I do. Right. Closing date on 1600 Melville Avenue was August 14th, 2020. For 115 Davis Road, August 14th, 2020. And for 451 Melville Avenue, September 30th, 2020.
Wow. Yeah. It's so funny, 115 and 116 had the same day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean that's pretty much it. Okay. I mean there's not a ton of comparables in town, given the properties. It's under 1,000 square feet.
Right.
It's about a quarter-acre lot. It's not a large property. There's not a ton of properties in that sold in town that were similar in size. So there was a limited sample to work with. But like I said, when you compare it to the ones that are similar to the comps at that time, $281,000 is a number that I would have felt very confident going to a property owner that I could sell the property for.
Okay. Yeah, and good chart, by the way. Good with the comparable. It makes it a lot easier for us.
Anything to make it a little easier. I'm sure you're looking at tons of these.
Yeah, we got 600 and we're all volunteers, so we just trying to make sure that we're all getting it done for March. Okay. Sorry, I'm so quiet. Just going over.
No, I didn't put that on mute.
No, me neither.
Okay. Anything else you would like to add to the record?
Me, no.
I do not know if when I look for financing and what banks would give me, how it hindered as well. I don't know.
When did you buy the house?
Well, we refinanced it. Gee, when did we refinance it most recently? I don't remember the date. 2016? I gotta look real quick. Because we originally bought it in 2004.
Okay.
And then so that's kind of way back, but we refinanced it
in 2016.
In 2016, yeah.
Okay.
And
the bank?
At that point, I didn't bring that data, but at that point what was it that they? Because I don't have a copy of the appraisal. I was looking for the copy of the appraisal from that point, but it wasn't as high as this then. It was. I don't even think it matched that appraisal at that time.
Okay.
We didn't have as much equity as we were hoping. We still don't. When we were just looking into refinancing options and other kinds of loans, we still don't.
Yeah.
So that's why according to those appraisals, I wouldn't, and what this said, it wouldn't work. If I told them this is what my property's worth, they'd come back and say no.
Okay.
So just for a new loan or to whatever kind of options we were looking at the time.
I mean, if you went to an institution and said I'm worth $325, they would say no.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what happened to us.
You tried to refinance?
We were. It's not that we actually tried. We were looking at options, and then the options already what they came back and said no, unfortunately. So we never went through with anything. It was more if they did a quick analysis on their own end and just told us flat out what we were looking for was not going to be possible. And we weren't even looking for 325. That we were looking at less than that. So when this came about, I said, oh well. Too bad the bank didn't think that at the time, because then we would have had no problem.
Right.
But
so did you guys ever refinance, or was it just trying to?
It was just more recently trying to. We did in 2016 but that was going back to 2004.
Okay.
So our first 12 years later we did it, and now we were just looking again at a refinance for some improvements, and there was no way we could make the numbers work.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You guys gave some good information today, especially with the comparable sales, so I appreciate it.
Of course.
Let me tell you about next steps. Actually, let me first ask you, anything else for the record?
I don't think so.
No.
Yes. Okay, perfect. I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board members at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision. All the decisions are going to happen in March. And so if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter. All right?
Very good.
Any other questions?
No.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, you guys gave some good information today, so I appreciate it. And we'll let you know what's our decision soon.
Very good.
All right?
Have a great rest of your evening.
You as well. It's nice to meet you, Nicole. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Take care. Thank you so much. Be well.
You too. Take care. Stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you? Good, good. Oh, I know.
Hi, everything all the way down. Thank you both for coming in. Perfect.
And we are
Oh, it's over there. Sorry.
here?
Over there, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Just bear with me while I pull some stuff up. If you guys can sign this for me, the top two lines. And sir, your name?
John, last name Chestara, Chestara.
All right, and only you need to sign that, Amy. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're married.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, thank you.
Kept our names.
Got it.
She kept her house.
I already had the house before we were married.
Got it. Okay. Just wanted to make sure for the record we got everything all clear here.
All right, and he needs
That's all.
to sign also, or doesn't matter?
Just me. Or just
Okay,
me.
and I need
That's
to.
me.
Okay.
I take care of the rest.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome. And by the way, this is being recorded, which is why this phone is there.
Okay.
So my name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it's being recorded, like I said. So with math, just try to be as clear as possible. Stating a few things for the record. Your appeal number for today's appeal is 388.
That's right.
The property address you're appealing is 735 Knapp Highway in Fairfield. And you are appealing that the town has your property appraised for $306,300, and you're requesting the town reduce your appraised value to $220,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. if you could just raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning today's appeal is now in question should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $220,000. And market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Okay. All right, and have you had a chance to look at what I provided?
Yeah, you can paint the picture a bit. Yeah, so I have the cover letter with all the comparables, and then I have the field cards with pictures. And you also had the comparables for the neighbors, right? Were these appraised values or sold out values?
I've been working at the 100% numbers, the appraised rather than the assessed. Is that
okay? Perfect.
And I have one more or two more pages that I can give you.
Yeah, that's fine.
That are just handwritten because I didn't have access to office equipment. So I went through several reasons that the value is lower, but really the bottom line is the condition of the house is pretty awful.
Okay.
So, and if you've had a chance to look at the pictures, you've probably seen that.
Yeah.
And it has continued to deteriorate in the last 6 years since they last did the reval. And when they did the reval, they found it to be worth $220,000. It seems like when this reval was done, they paid no attention to what the board found 6 years ago, and maybe they valued it as if it were perfect, but it absolutely is not. Okay. So that's one issue. I provided some, I mean, it also is, well, I gave on this new handwritten thing, my property went up at a rate of increase that's way beyond any of the adjacent properties, so it's very unequal. Like my appraisal is increasing by 39%. Anything else in the neighborhood's increasing 8, 9, maximum of 12%. Yep. I think it's because they raised the improvements on my property by 152%, and we haven't done any work on the house, so I don't know how they got there.
Okay. Okay. The conditions I saw were a lot of water damage on the pictures.
It's not really water damage, it's the condition. The building is 80 years old, and basically the building systems are 80 years old. So the plumbing is barely working. I mean, what the bathtub looks like, that's because it's not even tile, it's a plaster wall, and it's the original plaster wall. The electrical system, I mean, there's parts of it that we have just turned off at the breaker box because we don't trust it.
Okay.
So really the building systems are failing because they're original.
Okay. 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 And you had some pictures of the outside.
Right. And I have the back door from the porch, which does not close, so we duct taped it shut.
Okay.
So it seems like we were appraised as if the house were in good marketable condition, which it isn't. So we also did look at some data for houses that were bought for tear down in the neighborhood, and so I gave those as comparables also, and they were on more land than our house, and one went for, let's see, this is on my handwritten thing, it's on the second page, item A, and then it's in my whole
long written thing also. These houses on Sterling Street were older homes that I don't know what condition they were inside, but builders bought them to tear them down. And they were on more land than what our house has, and they paid $280 for one of them and $302 for the other. And that's with substantially more land than we have. So if our house is essentially a tear down at this point, or where the improvements are worth nothing because you would have to pretty much do a full gut and renovate or a tear down, in some ways it's comparable to something that you would a builder would pay for, and just to get the land out of it.
Okay. Did 735 sell?
No, that's our house.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I'm just putting it there for comparison.
So 79 to 81, and then 221 to 231 are the two
yes.
variables. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Right, and so I just put mine there so that you could compare the amount of land. Like we have 6,350 square feet of land. And then these comparables, the 79 to 81 Sterling Street has 9,894 square feet of land. And the 221 to 231 Sterling had 12,000. They, I guess, divided the lot into those two addresses.
Okay.
It was one house on 12,000 square feet.
Okay.
And then they partitioned it into two different addresses. But what they paid is the 302.
Okay. And you're looking to go down from the last valuation 5 years ago, right?
Well, at least to go back to it, because nothing has improved at our property. And based on what teardowns sold for, our land is probably overappraised also.
Going over the field part. And the home's still 1941, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I keep this for the record?
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes. And then I also, on this handwritten, so the first item, I looked at other houses on Knapp's Highway that actually sold during the base period,
yep.
And they're appraised higher than what they sold for, which doesn't make any sense to me, other than it says that whatever formula the company doing the appraisals is using isn't accurate.
Okay.
Because like this house at 426 Knapp's Highway, so the town has appraised it at 494, but it sold last July for 432. So whatever formula they're using to come up with these values is not right in our neighborhood. I mean, these are all right on Knapp's Highway.
Okay. And these dates are when the property sold?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, so these are actual sales.
Okay.
During the base period.
Got it. Then 814. Would you say these are comparable to your house, or is it just a different?
They're not comparable as far as what they are. One of these is a cape, but it's larger. I think they're all larger.
Okay.
So our house is just over 1,000 square feet. It's 1,020 square feet.
Okay.
740 Knapp's Highway, the third one of those, is directly across the street from us. But that house is probably like twice the size of our house.
Right.
And then they have a very deep lot. So yeah, I'm not saying that those are comparable. I'm just saying they're on Knapp's Highway. We have actual market data for them, and it doesn't bear out what they got appraised at.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
May I speak?
Yeah, definitely, absolutely.
Just, not to give any factual evidence or testimony, but just to sum up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not every home in Fairfield is a mansion by the sea.
Right.
And in 5 years ago, the board recognized the condition of this subject property and assessed it at $220,000. It seems
Appraised.
$220,000, 100% valuation appraised. It seems evident and inescapable that the condition of the property was not taken into account at the new revaluation, and we went through the informal hearing process. The person who heard us over the telephone, in fact, told us that it appeared to him that something was amiss, and we very much expected that it would be corrected at that stage. We hope that it will be corrected now. The property was previously full value at $220,000. It is a cape. Immediately next door on Division Street, and we mentioned this in the papers, is another cape, but that cape happens to be in very good repair.
Yeah.
They reduced the improvement value of that property and increased the overall assessment of that property by approximately 9%. Ours went up.
Yep, 12% for her.
Ours went up astronomically. The only possible explanation is for that is that the in the mass appraisal that was done, because individual properties couldn't be fully considered due to the pandemic, was that they just assumed and put in data that our property was in marketable condition, which it's not. So if the bottom line is that the issue becomes what would a willing seller willing purchaser pay in a fair arm's length transaction for this property, we're saying $220,000 is about what we would get, given the using comparables for tear downs that we provided, or for that matter, if the house in good marketable repair were in fact worth $306 or $310, any purchaser who didn't want to tear it down would have to adjust what the purchaser was willing to pay by the cost of renovation. Now, just you did mention water damage, but as Amy said, it is much more than water damage.
Right.
There's plumbing, electrical issues.
Right.
The only thing that is good on that is the roof that was
replaced 10 years
ago. So we don't know if we're going to stay or sell, but in the meantime, we would respectfully request that some account of the true nature and condition of the property be done, and we receive an appraisal and assessment consistent with the other properties in that neighborhood under that neighborhood code. This is not directly germane, but within a few blocks of our property, there are properties that are assessed tens of thousands more than an arm's length transaction that took place within the valuation period.
Yeah.
And there is another property that's assessed tens of thousands of dollars less than the fair market value sale. We really think that this vision appraisal did the town and our community and our house a big disservice. So that's another issue for another day, perhaps. But
yeah.
And we suspect that you guys probably know that too. You don't have to comment.
Yeah. So let me go over next steps with you guys. So basically what I'll be doing is I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board members at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified within 7 days of our decision. All the decisions are going to happen in March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter. Any other questions?
That's about it.
Yeah, you gave some good information today, so I appreciate it.
All right.
So I'll present it to the board, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right.
All right. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Oh, it was good to meet you, and
Of
thanks
course.
for your service. We don't think very highly of this appraisal company. However, we think highly of the people that donate their time to do these really difficult jobs.
Yeah, we're all volunteers, so we're helping out our fellow citizens here, our community members. But yeah, I have a tiny house in Fairfield myself.
Oh,
so.
really? Are you in our neighborhood or?
No, I live over on Bronson, but lower in Bronson.
Uh-huh.
It's a Southport, but
Yeah. All right. Again, thank you much.
Of course, it was a pleasure.
You're gonna need a good long rest after it. I don't know if I can do it. All right, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, take care. It's a pleasure.
Hello, Ahmed.
Hi, Ahmed. This is Ronique Patel with the Board of Assessment Appeals with Fairfield. How are you today?
Hey, how are you? Thank you so much for calling me.
Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for taking the time today. Is now a good time for your appeal?
Absolutely, yeah. This is for 14 Berry Lane Court. Actually, I have another one, 645 property.
Okay. I showed just the 14 Berry Lane.
Yeah, this is the one at 6 o'clock, yes.
Okay. Did you have another one today?
Yes, 645.
I'll take care of them both with you, but let's start with the 14 Berry Lane. Let me just grab your file for that one.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. I'm just letting you know too, Ahmed, this is being recorded. It is open to the public, so just so you are aware, you're on speaker with the conference line open.
Sure.
Just to let you know, my name is Ronique Patel, like I said. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it's being recorded. For the line, just to verify, your appeal number is 039, and for property address 14 Berry Lane Court. And the property, you are the owner of this property, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the town has your property appraised for $304,800, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $231,000. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, great. This is going to sound funny on the phone, but if you can raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Thank you so much. And here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $231,000 and not what the assigned value is from the town. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Absolutely. As you can see in my the form and the attachments,
yep.
I bought this property back in September 2016
yep.
at $210,000. That's a fact.
Yep.
That's in the record.
Yeah.
I attached the appraisal that was done at this time. That also was around $210,000. So attached Zillow. I think we can agree that Zillow is one of the leaders of the real estate market in the country.
Yeah.
And it's recognized. I attached part of a Zillow report that show the average increase in prices in the town of Fairfield between 16 and 2020, and that was around 10%. So the increase from 16 till now was about 10%. So if we apply 10%, according to Zillow, to the fact that it was 2010 and 2016, that will lead to about 230, 231, the number I am arguing for. So basically that's the summary of my argument.
Okay. So the percent increases is what you're going for when it comes to the 231.
Yeah. If we add around 10% to the fact of 2016, that will lead us to about 231.
Okay. Okay. And I did see your appraisal here. And the comparable sales on the appraisal, I show 3 properties, 377 Quincy, 635 Jennings, and 70 Castle. Do you think those are pretty comparable? Did you want to speak to any of those?
Yeah, these are the comparables included in the appraisal, and there's a professional appraiser who did that. And based on his analysis at the time, he came up with a market value around the purchase price at that time, which is $210,000. So these are facts. I paid $210,000 back in 2016.
Okay.
So this is a fact. And again, if we consider Zillow, which is nationally recognized real estate agency, reliable source, Zillow is saying that from September 16 till now, it's about 10% increase. So again, if we just do simple math, it's 231.
Okay. 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 Anything else you'd like to add to the record for 14 Berry Lane Court?
It's a rental property, and even if we go with the rental and the cash flow, the net cash flow, after all the expenses.
Yep.
And if we run all the calculations of present values and fair market values based on net cash flow, we cannot come up with any way over 230. The other thing is, I know maybe there is a hype in our area now in the real estate market in our area here because of COVID and everyone is fleeing New York City.
Yeah.
But we shouldn't take that as a long term, basis for fair market values, at least for tax purposes, for assessment and tax purposes. So we should look at the longer term, the normal market and the normal exchanges.
Okay.
And the fair market values, not any temporary high because of any pandemic or health issues.
Okay. No worries. Let's go. Is now a good time to go to your other property?
Yeah, sure, please.
All right, perfect. So let me just pull that up really quick. So for the recorded line again, we already verified that you're the property owner at the last address, but just for the recorded line, just want to ask, this next appeal is number 38. It is 605. The property you're appealing for this address is 38 Campfields Drive. The town has your property appraised at $271,100, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $225,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, great, thanks. And I already sworn you in on the last property, so here's your time to present this case.
Now, this is much easier because I just did a refinance for this property back in October. That's October 2020.
Okay.
I did a refinance, and of course, part of the refinance, there was an appraisal, and I attached that appraisal to my appeal. And if you look at the appraisal, it came at 212.
Okay.
So I bought this back in, was it 2019, I believe? It's March 2019 at 207. And I just did a refinance back in October, a few months ago. And the appraisal that was done as part of the refinance is attached to my appeal, and it's 212. So I think that's a fact also.
Okay.
If we say that 3-4 months ago, based on a professional appraisal, it's 212, and I am arguing for 225, and I'm just adding about 5% or so here over 2-3 months. I believe that's very, very fair and documented.
Okay. And I see what you're saying. Okay. So yeah, the appraisal value came in as 212, and you're claiming for 225.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty self-explanatory. Looking at your appraisal. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record for this property?
I will add the same thing I mentioned again.
The inflation.
We don't go with the hype in our area now because of any temporary circumstances in the market. But the longer-term fair market value will suggest 225, and it's documented again based on a very, very recent appraisal.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. I documented both of your properties here. I have these on file. Let me tell you about next steps. So what I'm going to do for both of these properties is I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision. All decisions are going to be made in March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal a court will be in your decision letter.
I don't envision taking my town to the court. I highly appreciate the work the board is doing, and I am sure we will resolve that in a friendly manner. So I look forward to that.
Yes, of course. We'll let you know with our decision soon enough, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You have a very good dinner.
You as well. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
Perfect. You guys can sit there.
Let you sit there. I'll sit there.
Okay.
John Lamb is going to be helping me here today, and I have an affidavit on that.
Thank you.
You need this. Do you need
Appreciate it. Nope.
that? Okay. Said to bring it. You need that?
Yeah.
And then you don't need the petition, right?
Nope, I have all of that.
Okay. Do you have the copies before we did the petition? Of
I have all the documents.
In terms of the comparative.
Here's what I have. So I have the comparable sales, the field cards, and then the market analysis that you made. But before we start, a few things on my end.
Okay.
So just bear with me. I'm going to have you sign that top. Thank you. Okay. Great. Thank you both for coming in today. Welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hear your appeal today, and like I said, it's being recorded, so with our math, just try to be as clear as possible. For this property, for the line, we have an appeal number of 34, and you are the owner of this property, Paula Gallo?
Yes.
And if you can state your name for the record?
My name is Paula Gallo.
Thank you. And the town has your property appraised for $290,000, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $170,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great, thanks. If you can raise your right hand for me, Paula. For the swearing in, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, thank you. And so here's an opportunity for you guys to present your case. I do have attorney John Lamb with us as well, representing.
Yeah, I'm a real estate agent.
Oh, real estate agent. My apologies.
Real estate broker, actually. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we're being taped and we're on the record and stuff. You know what I mean? But I'm a licensed broker.
Okay, perfect. So here's your opportunity to present a testimony as to why you believe market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $170,000 and not what the town assessed it at. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Okay. Well, let's start with the fact that it's a single-family attached house.
Yep.
And it's attached to number 25, which actually sold on the 12th of January in 2018 for $175,000, almost an exact duplicate of the house. In fact, it's attached. They have a common basement. They have a common attic, and part of a common yard too. So it's hard to believe that it actually went up 70% in the period of, let's see, 20 months.
Right.
We also have, we think it may have gone up a few thousand, but not that much, obviously.
And the 25 Beacon?
Yeah, 25. Well, 25 is the one that's attached. That's the best. I mean, that's the best comp. How can you, you know?
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Okay. Now,
thank you.
And then there's been a couple other sales on Beacon View. There 18-20 sold for $410. This is both sides, not just one. So it's worth a little bit more because, I mean, as Paula knows, she's having a big problem with the person on the other side who's refusing to pay for a lot of repairs. Nobody wants to have an attached house if they don't have to. So this one did sell for $410, which is about $205 a side. It's an identical house. It's the same 780 square feet. The yard's almost the same size. And if you look at the pictures, they look the same.
Okay.
And so even if we go with the 205,
Well, we got to subtract a little bit from that because, both sides are worth more than one half. And so whatever we would pull for that, generally I'd pull about 10% for something like that. And that's how we get down to about 180, 185.
To clarify, when you say both sides, you mean that there's one owner owns both sides?
That's correct.
Correct?
Well, no, actually in this particular case it's a duplex.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's one owner for the duplex, right? Which is more valuable than owning the two single families. And then there's the other one that sold in 2018, 61 Beacon View. It's a little bit smaller, but it went for 160 on the 13th of May in 2018. So I ran the analysis, and I think I came up with about $170,000 for what it might be on the first. I could see it maybe getting as high as 185 or as low as 160. Can't see it getting over 200 because there's never actually been an attached single-family house in that neighborhood that's ever sold for more than 190 of that size. So, that's pretty much the whole presentation. Oh, yes, there's two other things we want to add. One is that there's currently an appeal pending on a 20-unit affordable housing unit right next door.
Okay.
That's on unit 15-21 Beacon View. Now, P&Z's turned it down, but the appeal still is pending, and I don't think she could sell that house to anybody. And by the way, on 10-1, it hadn't even been turned down by P&Z, so that thing was worth zero on 10-1. You couldn't have sold it to anyone. So it's certainly nobody for 290. And by the way, that the developer didn't offer.
The affordable housing unit, you said that was next door or down the street?
Right next door, 15-21. She's number 23.
Okay.
And that one still is, the appeal is still pending.
It's in court.
But, it was turned down by P&Z. We expect it to be upheld, but, we don't know yet. There's still the chance that there could be a 20-unit affordable housing unit right next door that's going to be horrible, actually.
4 stories tall.
It looks right into her backyard.
I live on Bronson, and there's a similar situation.
That's true. Well, he will said. Paula, is there anything else that I've missed that you'd like to add?
Due to the fact that I fought the situation with
the guy who owns the place next door is the one trying to put up the affordable housing unit. Not only is Paula fighting him on the affordable unit on the one side, but he bought the place by mistake, thinking he was getting both sides at the same time. And so when he was going to flatten everything and build it, and then he found out the one right in the middle, he didn't own it.
He owns all the properties on both, 3 on this side and 3 on that side.
So she's having a problem with him because, he never expected to be her partner.
And he's very passive aggressive, and it's been a nightmare.
So anyway, I just wanted to explain that's how we got there.
I can't get anything done.
But there is something to add to this, because this guy did buy these other properties. The house at 19-21, same size unit. What did Patty sell hers for? $325, right? $350, both $175 a side. The ones on the other side, they went for $325, right? The one 25-27.
No, 27-29.
Yeah, 27-29. That one sold for $325. Again, less than 170 a side. And those were separate.
Yes.
Right?
And then he bought 25 for 175.
Right.
Okay.
So anyway, so we actually have a little more evidence to show that none of those units would ever go for more than 190.
And 18 to 20 Beacon, right? So that should be split between 2 units, so 410 divided by 2, right?
Yes, exactly. And those are exactly the same size as 2 of hers.
Okay.
If hers was one duplex instead of 2 attached single families, they would be identical. It was the same builder. You can look at it, same year, same everything.
Yeah.
It's all in the documents that you have there.
But we did get to explain it.
Yeah, no, of course. I appreciate it. It helps me build my case when I present to the board.
Mm-hmm. Last time she ended up, the assessment was the same last time. You guys said 290 to her last time. Same thing. Okay. And then she got it reduced to 185. Thing is, we know how you got there. It's because, your formula doesn't take into account that she's got an attached single-family house. instead of just a regular single-family house that's detached. And somehow or another, I mean, if she had a house that was 800 square feet that was detached from everybody else on a sixth of an acre in Fairfield, it probably is worth $290, but not hers, not hers attached to this one. So,
and also, if I may add, right now, because of COVID, I've lost tremendous amounts of work, and I am living basically hand to mouth. I'm also on food stamps, and I really need the town's help here.
Yeah. Well, just be fair. Just be fair.
Yeah, I'm barely making it right now, and I'm able to pay my taxes as they are now. But if I don't think it would be a fair situation if I lost the house based on a high tax.
I don't even know how we can support 170 on the date before we found out what happened with the affordable housing unit. I mean, if we're actually going back to 10-1, on 10-1, I mean, that hearing wasn't until January.
That was 2019 and 20. So.
Oh, he was already turned down by then. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm a year off because everybody forgot about last year.
It was turned down right before COVID.
That's right.
It was about March 3rd that TPZ turned it down due to safety issues.
Right. It's still appealed, but that's right. It had been the appeal was pending on the 1st, just like it is now.
Okay.
It had not. I don't know what's going to happen with the appeal.
Well,
the guy had enough
the town felt that they could win. They really looked at every avenue, and they felt that they could win in court, or they would not have turned it down.
He probably
a very serious safety issue with the way the
he probably had a way to solve that safety issue had he owned her property.
Oh yeah.
But if you look at it, it's like. He owns this one. He owns this one. He owns this one. He bought this one, and this is Paula's.
Right.
And he owns this one over here.
Oh yeah, that's right. He owns this one over here. I'm sorry, I didn't do it right. This
is where he would knock
these
two
right.
down.
It's this way. He owns this one, right, the one smack dab in the middle that screws the whole thing up. And see, we didn't discover that he was. We didn't realize what he was until after he'd already bought it, and then
what he wanted to do.
And then he started. Then he came over, and
he brought me peace at a trying to bribe me not to. Not to oppose
he didn't realize that he thought he owned the property.
Yeah.
He thought he bought He bought it without a lawyer, without an appraisal, without a title search.
So the bottom line is that there's been aggression, and I've had to confide in attorneys as well to file a lawsuit against him. I've also been advised by one of our local politicians to call the health department recently this week. And it's just one thing after another, and he's
got a leak in his place that's leaking down into her basement.
It's not even. It's also, he just thinks that he's from another country, and culturally, they're condescending to women, and he's very condescending to me as a woman. He doesn't think I'm smarter. I know how things work.
Yeah.
So it's been a war. It's like a war.
Yeah. Doesn't like me very much either.
And I'm sad about it.
Yeah, I know. It's true. Well,
Yeah. Sorry to hear.
Yeah. Well, this whole thing could have been avoided, too, because, he made a big mistake. He never would have bought the property had he known what he was doing in the first place, and he caused everyone a lot of angst, and we all had this big hearing, and, 100 people came out for a hearing that wouldn't have done it otherwise if he had, done a little thinking ahead of time. So anyway, this doesn't have a lot to do with it, but the point is that she couldn't have sold that unit on that date for any amount of money.
Right.
And so, we'd really like for the Board of Assessments to go with our figure of 170 rather than your figure of 190.
Okay. No, it's 290.
290. I'm sorry, 290. What am I talking about? Yeah. Right.
So
170, right.
So
that's all I got.
For next steps, I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board for deliberation, for consideration, and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision. All decisions are going to be made in March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps in court. Instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Right.
So if I've got that.
Yep.
If I win the appeal and you lower it, even if it's not what I want, I can't appeal it until 5 years.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Unless she goes to court.
And then you can appeal our decision in court, whatever the decision
Yeah,
is.
right. But
so I can.
Yeah, but if they don't change it, if they leave it at 290, you're allowed to appeal again next year.
Exactly.
I did appeal it the last time and won in court.
No. They just granted you it. They granted you the discount last time.
No, they didn't.
We didn't go to court.
Yes, I did.
I don't remember. But
I took the town to court and I won.
Okay.
So that you would find that in the record. It's there. I have all the paperwork at home. Because I lost the last time.
Okay, well, I think we're all set here.
Yes. I'll present to the board. You'll hear and a couple days after the decision, and you'll hear from us shortly.
Okay.
And we're
hoping for the best. Fingers crossed.
And you don't need anything else from me then?
No. Did you want to add anything else to the record?
No.
I think we're done.
We're done. It's an easy case.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Renee. We really appreciate your time and
good luck with everything.
It's very well. Great.
I hope you'll do your best in helping me.
Yeah.
Because I really want to keep my house and my roof
Yeah.
over my head.
Take care, guys.
Thank you.
See you later. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
I'm gonna cough.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was me. My apologies. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay. And just so you know, we are being recorded on that line. It's open to the public, things like that. So welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and like I said, it's being recorded. And you're an attorney, or one of you.
No, this is just my husband.
Oh, I see. So is the property? Okay.
46 Sleepy Hollow.
Got it. Yep. Just wanted to make sure. Perfect. And
my father's an attorney. He's the same name. So.
No, I saw like Esquire. I was like, wait. And I saw something about executive. So the contact information, Needle and Cooper PC. That's what threw me off.
Who's that?
Needle and Cooper PC. What's your name again?
Lauren Thomas.
Why am I not?
I don't think that's me.
What's your property address?
46 Sleepy Hollow Road.
No, you're not letting me. Sorry. I'm supposed to be an attorney right now. All right, let me find out who you're supposed to be today. Okay. I'll be back.
I just got upgraded.
What's your address one more time? Sorry.
46 Sleepy Hollow.
Okay, thanks.
Nice layout.
What is this? Is it being cold?
Okay, sorry about all this.
That's okay.
So your file is with John, one of the other board members. Okay. He is with someone, so I can't grab your file from him. Okay. If you guys can wait back in the lobby, and I'll have him give you guys a call.
Okay.
Sorry about all that.
That's okay.
But we'll get your decision soon. Thank you.
Of course, no thank you. You went to your late.
Yeah.
I was here last night at 8. I felt so bad.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Why?
You guys stay here till what, 9 o'clock or whatever it is?
I know. Oh, you can take care of it.
Over here?
Yeah. Yeah, and we're all volunteers, so
yeah,
we're just...
I know. It's a lot.
I know, but it's fine. I'm happy to help.
Well, thank you for that.
Okay. Is there an affidavit in here?
There is. There should be. Yep.
Okay, I believe I did see it. That's why I knew there was an attorney coming. I was like, wait a minute. Because I saw the name, too. Here it is. Okay. Perfect. Okay. I don't need to swear you in because you're an attorney. But what I will do for the recorded line is say a couple of things.
Okay, great.
So, welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today for property owner Francis Anasta. Am I pronouncing that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the property we are appealing, it is...
And actually, I'm sorry. I'm representing Marietta Stone Anastas.
Okay.
And she's the co-owner. She's the executor or the executrix of John Anastas's estate, and he was the previous owner of the property.
Okay.
So I just wanted to be clear about that.
Got it. Okay, perfect. And I do have attorney here. Can you state your name for the record?
Marissa Pula from Zeldy's Needle and Cooper.
Great, thank you. And the property we're appealing is 552 Naps Highway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's appeal number 402.
Mm-hmm.
And we are... I see we are... Hold on. It says that you're requesting for a value for the same price that we appraised it at.
That happened on my last one, and it might have been a mistake on my end. We're asking for $200,000 as the appraisal value. So I'm sorry if there was a mistake on my part.
Got it. No worries. So the town has your property appraised at $270,800, and for the subject that matter, we're looking for a requested appraisal of $200,000.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of the house on October 1st, 2020 was $200,000, not $270,800. Market value is what the house would have been sold for on that price, so if you can be as succinct as possible.
Great, thank you. So there are really two reasons why the property, in our opinion, has been appraised. And number one is that the land appraisal is currently at $227,400. That's just high based on the actual location of the property. It's on a busy road. It's right next to like a field. I think it's McKinley is the school, but I might be incorrect, but it's an elementary school. And it's a very small lot. It's about 5,000 square feet, the actual property lot.
Okay.
And it's right near a light. So it's just a busy road. It's a small lot, and $227,400 is pretty high for that amount.
Okay.
And unfortunately, there were no comps in the area that I could find based on recent sales that were comparable, because all the properties in that area were actually significantly larger lots of land. This is, I think, one of the smallest on that street. And then the second reason why the appraisal's high, and so this is difficult. There are two. This property, the actual home itself, I think has been overappraised for years, even before this evaluation, but obviously we're only at issue for October 2020.
Yep.
But my client has recently become the executor for her husband, who has since passed, and now it's obviously her that's bringing this up as an issue with the town, and that's because the town is currently appraising the house with an understanding that there are 4 rooms, 2 bedrooms. It's actually a 1-bedroom, and they're counting the attic as a second bedroom. There's only 3 rooms in the home. It's the kitchen, a living space, and a bedroom. It's a very small house. It's about 780 square feet of livable space.
What's the square foot?
About 780.
And what do we have for bedrooms?
2 bedrooms, and it's actually a 1-bedroom.
Got it.
And so.
Got it. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, of course, no. So and that's really it. It's the so although I believe, and unfortunately I forgot to write down the numbers.
You're fine.
I believe that the actual home itself the appraisal value has depreciated a little bit. I want to say it was like $5,000, that it's gone down since the last evaluation period, when in fact last evaluation period they were also considering it a 2-bedroom. But of course, like I said, my client just became aware of, brought this up as an issue because she actually has an ownership in it now, or she's the executor, I should say.
Okay.
And that's really it.
Okay. Hold on. Okay.
It's hard when you don't have a court reporter here. So you're the court reporter and the judge.
I know, it's fine. No big deal. Okay. And so, anything else I know her feelings. I have a tiny house in Fairfield myself, and it's hard to find comparables.
It is. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Especially in the market that we're in right now, which is so temporary and odd. So.
I know. I remember I just I refinanced for 15 year, and the value that they're giving it, I was like, what?
Yeah, you're like, who said that? Yeah.
I was like, I love this area, but I don't want to leave, although that's tempting.
Oh, absolutely. Well, my husband and I started looking right before the pandemic hit, and then we thought, oh, we'll wait it out, and it's only gotten worse. So.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
How do you spell your name?
Yes, Marissa, Marisa, and last name Pulla, Pulla.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Perfect. Here, let me go over next steps with you.
Great.
You already know it, but...
No problem. I'll listen.
Yeah. So I'll be presenting the petition to the majority of the board for a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified with our decision within 7 days of the actual decision. All of our decisions are going to be made in March. If it's denied, she can appeal again next year. If it is reduced, she can't appeal again for the next 5 years.
Great.
Until the next reevaluation.
Perfect.
If she doesn't agree, you guys can always take the next decision in court, and you can appeal in court. Instructions will be in the letter.
Perfect.
Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Get home soon.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Well, you're going home now, so.
I'm going home now.
Perfect.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Have a good
Take
one.
care. You too. Hello, is this Michael Flatto?
Speaking.
Did I pronounce that correctly, by the way? I'm sorry.
Right now.
Okay, perfect. This is Ronique Patel. I'm a member of the Board of Assessment Appeals for the town of Fairfield. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Is now a good time for your assessment? Your appeal?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to let you know we are on a recorded line, so I have you on speaker with a conference, which is obviously it's open to the public, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
To start, just want to say welcome. My name is Ronique, like I said. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and like I said, it's being recorded. For the recorded line, just want to verify a few things with you. Just let me know if anything is incorrect.
Sure.
Appeal number is 220. The property you're appealing is located at 3 Beacon View Drive. And can you say your name for the record?
Michael Plato.
And you are the owner of 3 Beacon View Drive?
Correct.
Great, thanks. The town has your property appraised for $256,000, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $170,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great, thank you. So this is going to sound funny because you're on the phone, but if you can raise your right hand for swearing in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Thank you so much. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value on your home on October 1, 2020 is $170,000 and not what the town appraised it at. Market value is what your home would have likely sold on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Absolutely. So periodically I check the value of my residence on Zillow and other reference sites.
Yep.
So I was surprised when it came in at 256 because that seems quite high.
Yeah.
And based on the suggestions on the assessor's website, I went into the Vision database and looked up some comparable properties and actually did the math based on recent sales and what similar properties have sold for and compared the square footage of the living area as well as the square footage of the plot of land.
Yes, I do see that. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So in the attachment that I provided with my appeal, I have 3 similar properties.
Yep.
One, which probably is the most relevant, is 10 Nats Park Drive. It's just around the corner from me in this neighborhood.
Yep.
Well, as I listed there, the living area is 54% bigger and the land area is 14% bigger. And that sold recently in August of last year for only $220. And so for a larger building and a larger plot of land, it didn't make sense to me that
Right.
Or rather for my own property that is a smaller building and a smaller piece of land, it didn't make sense to me that my appraisal would be greater than that sale price.
Okay.
And so I did that math out based on that percentage. and found that if it was only based on the land area, it would be 192,982, and if it was only based on the living area, it would be 142,857. So that's where I got that 170 from, was sort of midway between those two figures.
Yeah, repeat those numbers again. So just on the land alone, what was that value?
Just on the land alone, it would have been 192,982.
Okay, and then the square footage?
So the square of the living area?
Yeah, you said there was a value you assigned to that?
Yeah, would have been 142,857.
Got it. So you kind of just took the 2. Okay, I see what you did. Okay.
Right. And that's on the attachment that I provided.
Yes. Perfect. I do see that. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
And then so when I was searching the database, there are very few properties in town that are
comparable, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I searched for, even with a max of 300,000, and sort of tried to pick properties that are in some way comparable. So the other one,
Camden.
So 60 Camden Street is also on this side of town, but is on a much bigger plot of land, and same thing. I did the math out, and it ended up being between 106 and 166 based on living area or land area. And then the third one was pretty interesting to me because the physical presentation of the house, like the
Yep, the face of it, yeah.
Similar to mine, it's like a single story, small rectangular building. But in the beach area, which I associate with a more higher land value,
yep.
Sold for, it's twice the plot of land and twice the living area, and that sold for 280 down there. And so when I did that math, it worked out to 145,833.
Got it.
Based on if my own adjustment, if the attributes of my own property were in that location.
Got it. Okay. I do see the comparable here and the field cards as well that you had provided. But really, the closest, especially with location being around the corner, would be 10 Naps, right?
Right. Yeah, that's just, a 5-minute walk away from me. So
okay.
It's a similar character also. This neighborhood was all built around the same time.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, there are a lot of similarities there, other than that it's larger.
Right. Okay, perfect. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
No, I don't think so. The only other thing I wanted to point out is that the photo on the field card on the Vision site is actually of my neighbor, of number 5, and I provided the correct photo with my appeal.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, sounds good. All right, I will. So for next steps, Michael, I'm just going to present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision. All the decisions are going to be made in March, though, so it's within 7 days of whenever we deliberate on it. If it's denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal until the next reevaluation in 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
No, that's it. I just left you guys a voicemail because I was worried that you weren't calling me, so you can ignore that.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Sounds good. Sorry for the delay. Just a little bit back-to-back, but thank you for taking the time today.
Okay, thanks. Likewise.
All right. You take care and stay healthy.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, how's it going?
How you doing?
Thank you.
Where do I sit? Right here?
Right here, it's
Okay.
fine, wherever you want.
Great. How's it going?
Not bad, how are you?
Good. Good.
All right. Here, let me pull your file up really quick.
I printed stuff out if you want one of my packets, or I mean, it's pretty much the same thing I submitted. I think I added one thing, but that's it.
Yeah, I can add whatever you want to the record. I have all the documents that you submitted already, but I can compare the two.
Well, yeah, and I think the only thing I changed was I just added a little zoning map just to highlight the neighborhood here.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So
perfect.
That was it.
Okay, perfect.
But and I can, like I said, I got extra copies, so you can have that.
Great, thank you. All right.
So
and you're Ryan, right?
I am Ryan, correct.
Okay, perfect. Let me just write this down real quick before we get started. Let me just do a few things here. You can find this. Bear with me, I pull this up. Perfect. Okay, welcome.
I don't need to do.
Nope, that's all me. Thank you.
Yep.
Welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it's being recorded on this phone, so with Matt, just try to be as clear as possible.
Yep.
So just to indicate a few things for the record, let me know if anything's incorrect. We are doing appeal number 232 for Ryan Folick, and you are the owner of this property at 14 Campfield Drive.
Correct.
Fairfield, Connecticut. And the town has your property appraised for $244,100, and you are requesting that the town reduce your property value to $205,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I guess technically the owner is LNC Properties LLC, but I am the member, the single member.
Perfect. Yes, I know. I'm aware because I put my house under a trust, and it's like, all right, how do I? Everyone gets confused. If so, for the swearing in, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning this assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Great, thank you. So here's your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $205,000 and not what the town appraised it at.
Yeah.
And please be it's on market value, so it would have been sold on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Market value for what it would be sold on that date.
Right.
Correct. So, one thing, and like I said, we don't need to go through all the attachments, but I did want to point out the one map that I put into the zoning area. This is a single-family attached house, which is very rare in Fairfield.
Yep.
There's not very many neighborhoods that have them, and in this neighborhood, this basically bubbled area is the only area. Most of it was built in the 1940s, World War II housing.
Yeah.
Grassmere is another one. I think that was World War I, 1920s.
Yeah.
And most of those are duplexes where you own both sides of the property. So what ends up happening, because it is such a concentrated area and it's such a unique property, you can't really pick properties from all over town that are attached single families, not that there's many of them there.
Right.
So you end up expanding to the other neighborhoods, which tend to be more localized, and if you drive through the neighborhoods, you can see it very clearly. There's small brick, one stories, and then there's what mine looks like if you look at the property card, where it's a kind of a townhouse style duplex.
Okay.
So long story short is when you look at the comps in this specific neighborhood in the base period, it becomes very apparent that the price is not what their mass appraisal is telling you it is.
Okay. And you have the comps in here too.
And so what I did is I pulled exactly. I have a little comp sheet that unfolds. It's right behind the map there. Right behind the little zoning map. There should be a.
Got it. I see. Okay. Thank you.
Right. So I tried to do it. I actually copied. I bought the property in 2018. So I had an appraisal at that time. So I kind of used that as a template to be able to look through, obviously with new comps, but just how to value the properties and how to make the adjustments.
What was the date of your appraisal?
The date of the appraisal. I purchased the property in January of 2018. Okay. So the appraisal was probably a few months before that.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. So as you can see, subject property, 14 Campfield on the left with kind of the statistics there, and then as well as the comps. And obviously, as you can see, the first comp is by far the best comp. It was sold, it closed, I think, 2 weeks before the end of the base period.
Yeah.
So 2 weeks before the date we're trying to value my property.
Yep.
It is literally the same style, except it is 25 square feet larger because it has a little addition on the back, and it has an extra half a bath. That sold for $210.
Okay.
2 weeks before the base period.
Okay.
So that's obviously the best one. I mean, it's really hard to make an argument that my house is worth more than that.
Yeah. Any kind of difference to, like, location-wise?
They're literally next door to each other. So, I mean, if you look at the comp, so the very next page in the packet, you will see my property and the house next to us is the comp that I'm using.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Same style, literally the same, next door. So as close as you can get, to the base period. It's kind of a perfect comp, which doesn't, and they're hard to come by.
Yeah.
There's only a couple. and if you look, the other comps are not bad either. There's another one, and it's this one was a little bit bigger, and it was a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. But when you make it sold for $220, and then when you make some adjustments, right, for having an extra bedroom, an extra half a bath, an extra, over almost 200 square feet, it kind of shows you. It's hard. Again, it's hard to argue that one sold for $220 in the same base period, and mine is worth 10% more than that.
Okay. Okay, and that was larger? No.
That was larger. So comp 2 is 960 square feet to my 780. and has an extra bathroom, an extra half a bath, and an extra bedroom. And again, this is right around the corner.
Okay. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
And then comp 3.
Comp
15.
3 is actually a single family, which, again, that's probably why I'm shaming the mass appraisal project for probably using too many. But this is, again, if you look at my map, right in this neighborhood, in a pretty close range in terms of square footage, obviously proximity. So I did use it as a comp just because there's not many to use in this neighborhood. There was a comp that was just outside the base period. I decided not to use it. I know it discourages us from using it, but it was, again, it points to the same ballpark price, which is, low 200s.
Okay. Okay.
So, and that's really it. I did also, I know they asked for, other approaches. So the last page is just an income valuation. This is an investment property.
Yep.
So these numbers are, as accurate as they can be. Each year is a little different. These numbers are probably better than what it was this year because I had more vacancy and we put more money into it to fix it up.
Yep.
For turnovers. But this is a pretty accurate, interpretation of what the, income and expenses are.
Okay.
And again, this points to a very similar price range. And I used a 5% cap rate. So that's open to interpretation what you expect to get for an investment. But I figured that was conservative.
Okay. Yeah, it's 5%. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it. I think that's really it.
Yeah, it's hard to find comparables like that.
It's hard to find comps, and we got a great one right next to it. So
yeah.
And again, like I said, I don't think there are any. I could not find in that neighborhood another half a duplex that sold in that base period. Not even the single story brick ones either. So
yeah. Okay. All right, sounds good.
All right.
Here, let me let you know of next steps.
Okay.
I'll add the whole thing to the record too, even though we have some copies of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board members for deliberation and vote. So it'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the actual decision. All the decisions are going to happen in March.
Okay.
If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
If you don't agree,
even if I don't get the full reduction, if it's some reduction.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it's good to get it close to.
Yes.
Because we don't want to make those guesses for you.
Right. Exactly.
So, anyways, if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court. And then instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay. Well, hopefully we don't get there.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I don't think so.
Yeah, pretty self-explanatory. You had some really good information, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and let us know if we can help.
Okay, great. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thanks for your time. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you. how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Not bad, not bad. You're my last one for the day.
Oh, wow.
You can see
So it's
here.
just a one-on-one thing, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But what I do is I hear your case, I bring it to the board.
Okay.
And we go from there.
Okay, let me just take my coat off. It's a little warm in here.
Perfect. I hear ya.
I thought there was going to be 3 people here, so I got 3 copies of everything.
Oh, no.
Okay.
And that paper there, if you can sign
Yeah,
that
do
for
I have to wait for you to tell me what I'm supposed to do, or can I sign it now?
You can sign it now.
Okay.
So, welcome. My name is Ronique. Like I said, I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Okay.
I'm going to hear your appeal today. And
I swear I signed that as a McCreacken deed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And it is being recorded, so because of our math, we'll just try to be as clear.
Okay.
So just for the recorded line, just want to verify a few things. The property you're appealing, the assessment number is 568, and the address you're appealing is 57 Blue Ridge Road. And can you state your name for the record?
William J. McMorris, Jr.
Great, thanks. And you're the property owner of 57 Blue Ridge?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. And the town has your property appraised for $236,500, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $190,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Brilliant. So I'm just going to swear you in. If you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information you provide concerning this assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. So here's your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $190,000, and not what the town assessed it at. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on this date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Okay. Yes, a couple more things. It just seems to me that there's a lot of inconsistency in the way the values have been established with respect to vacant land during the relevant period from October 1, 2019 to October 1, 2020.
Okay.
And just look at a couple of properties the town apparently had used in setting my value, and it just seemed off. I mean, the properties actually are much more valuable properties. But it's still the relative changes is what I was kind of looking at. 100 Mine Hill Road. It's a 2-acre lot, beautiful piece of land, and it sold in September 2020 for $720. So it's a much more valuable piece of property, but it was 2 acres. But even though it sold for $720, the appraised value was $630,100. So for some reason the town established the market value. It was 3 weeks before the reval date, and they gave it an appraised value 12.5% below the price it had sold for 3 weeks earlier.
Wait, so the appraisal was $630, and the sale was $720?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it closed 3 weeks before the reval date.
Okay.
So there we have something that that's being appraised 12.5% less than what it actually sold for, and then another property, 7745 Holt Highway, which was 1.25 acres, closed a week before the reval period for $575, and its appraised value was also below what the actual market price paid a week earlier was at $554,100.
What property was that again?
That was that was the 745 Holt Highway.
Did you include that?
Yeah, that's included in here.
All right, hold on. Just find that real
Yeah,
quick.
it's the last few pages.
Oh, okay, that's why. All right.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Just want to be in sync with you.
Right.
745 Holt, you said?
Holt Highway, yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that property, similar situation, it sold for $575, but appraised at
$554, and that one closed a week before. So it's just something in relation to when you're looking at appraised value in relation to market price, the numbers are coming in lower. And ours was $236,500, which was a huge increase. I mean, our prior value was. The prior value was
137.
Yeah. So, no, I guess 197 was the was the appraised value. So,
we had a huge increase, and we'd also tried to sell this property from time to time and never been offered more than $200,000 for it. Okay. We bought this property back in 2006. It was the height of the market. We bought it. There was a builder in town who was in the he was in the process of trying to develop properties, acquire properties, build a new home or expand the home that was there. So he convinced us, to go and to buy this house, and he was going to be able to acquire a neighboring parcel to make it a 2-acre, a 2-family house. Yeah. We said, okay, fine. While you're doing that, let's keep the house on because there was a house on it at the time. Let's keep the house on. We'll rent it out. And he said, no, we got to get moving quickly. So he knocked down the house, never got the land acquired, and walked off the job and left us with a piece of land. We've got nothing to do with it. So we've been paying tax on the property for 14 years. Haven't been able to sell it. We paid $300 and something thousand for it back at the height of the market, and that was when there was a total feeding frenzy for 10 years. There was the end of a 10-year feeding frenzy. And then, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to make sure I understood correctly. So one buyer tried to buy it, and there was a building on it, and he knocked it down, and then just kind of left it alone?
Well, no, we were working with him, theoretically.
Oh, okay.
And then he quit the job. Okay. He told we went into it with the idea that we were going to build a 2-family house, replace what was currently there. And so our idea was, well, until we get all the approvals in place, why don't we continue to rent the house? And he said, no, tear it down so we can move quickly here because the market's hot. And so we did, and then he quit the job and left us with a piece of dirt.
Okay.
And I'm not a builder, so it's like,
yeah,
it is what it is. But and also looking at the relative changes in the values of the property. Yeah. We have the appraised value of 57 Blue Ridge increased by almost 20%. From the last reval to this one, and the 100 Mine Hill Road only increased by about 10% in the appraised value. And again, a beautiful property. I've got a copy of the listing that was used to market the property. Yeah. And so you have a copy of my submission. Do you need another copy of that or not?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. So they drove the most beautiful property in Lower Greenfield Hill. Truly spectacular. It's like that. And the value of that, the value of that only increased by 10% between revals. And then when you look at 745 Halls Highway, which I couldn't find it listed on the MLS, so I guess it was a private sale. But the appraised value on that one actually decreased by 9% from 2015 to the 2020 appraisal. So here we have big, beautiful pieces of land that are highly marketable, that sold for higher than the appraised value, and our little piece of dirt in not as nice a neighborhood. It's a fine neighborhood, it's a good family neighborhood, but it's smaller parcels, tighter together. Right. So it's not worth as much. Yeah. And yet ours went up by 20%. So those are the ones I have there. I tracked down a couple of other things since I submitted it, and one is 18 Fairfield Woods Road. Okay. So I'll give you a copy here. So what I'm handing you is I got the listing, and then I've got the field card, and then the assessor's reassessment field card, for want of a better word. Okay. Okay. So this is a smaller lot. It's not too far from where our house is, but it is a little smaller lot. So its appraised value is a little less. But it also has a cottage on the property that's used as a rental property, and yet their assessed value went down. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that there that there's a piece of land that is improved with a cottage for which they're getting rental income, and yet their assessed value declined from 2015 to 2020, and ours increased. Okay. So that also doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Okay. And then the last one I had.
And they were assessed at 157.
No, the assessed is 200 or so.
200.
Yeah. So there's So it's their land is assessed at 204. The total assessment went from 224 to $213. So it dropped, $11,000
Right. Okay.
overall, and of that, it was about $4,000 in land, and the balance was a decline in the value of the improvements. But again.
And they closed on May of 20.
Yep.
For $199,000.
Correct. And so their sale price is kind of right in line with the. Theirs is a little higher, but it's not too far off from the. From what, so you look at that one. So on the smaller parcel there, then, they appraised it higher. So maybe they should be in complaining too. I don't know. But I assume as long as the rent checks are coming in, they're not going to complain.
Yeah.
So that's 18 Fairfield Woods Road, and then we've got there's another large parcel, a big 2-acre parcel at 361 Cross Highway. And this just has numbers that don't make any sense in terms of the marketing. I think it might be like intrafamily transfers, so maybe the market price doesn't really matter as much here.
Okay.
Because let me give you the paperwork on that.
Yeah.
Because in looking at the transfer history, it's from Mary Douglas for $0 to Thomas O'Hara and Maureen O'Hara for $0, and then Maureen O'Hara was $0. That was probably a succession. I'm assuming that was probably as a result of somebody passing away or an estate situation. And then it was transferred to something called Muddy Puddle 3 LLC, which, since it traded for $32,000, according to the assessor's records, it traded for $32,000, but according to the MLS, it traded for $85,000. But again, given the variance in the numbers, and also looking at it as it had been listed for $250,000, so it almost sounds like it was listed for the open market for $250,000, and then they reduced it to $150,000, and they reduced down to $99,000, and then they transferred it probably within the family or to some other related person.
Okay.
So it's less a function of the purchase price on that one than it is that we've got a nice 2-acre parcel in Greenfield Hills that's valued at $279,000, $200,000, and here you have our less than a quarter acre for the $235,000 figure.
Okay.
So again, it just with this one, the relative values are out of whack on that one. So again, the purchase price is less relevant there. As I said, it looks like there's some other kind of those transactions may not have been arm's length transactions, so really not valid for figuring out what fair market value is.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So I'd love to say, that's the perimeter value of the 2-acre parcel. So our quarter-acre one is worth $20,000. I can't make that argument with a straight face, even behind a mask.
Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
That's really it. I mean, it's frustrating that we have tried to sell it and could never sell it for more than $200,000, and so to see to see much more valuable pieces sell and to get appraised for less than what they actually sold for 3 weeks before the resale date, and then CRs go up 20%. Doesn't make a lot of sense. And if you look at the variance between the first two I mentioned, one went up 10%, the other one went down 9%, one went up 20%. So you have a swing in 3 properties. When you look at the relative change from 15 to 20, there's a 30% spread right there.
Right.
So, it's a hard job doing a town-wide revaluation, but sometimes you get arbitrary results. People using their best efforts sometimes don't get them all right.
Right.
And so that's so I understand it's a challenge, and land is unique.
It is.
To some extent,
is.
but
you gave some good information today, so I appreciate it. Let me tell you about next steps.
Yep.
So I'm going to be presenting your petition to the majority of the board during deliberation hearing for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail within 7 days of the decision.
Okay.
All the decisions are going to happen in March.
Okay.
If you are denied, you can come back again next year. If we do grant you a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation year, which is in 5 years.
Yep.
So if you agree with our decision, if you don't agree with our decision, you can appeal in court. and you can take the next step there. And instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Mm-hmm.
Any
Okay.
questions?
Yeah, and we unfortunately we're moving at the end of December, so I didn't have a chance to meet with the assessor's office beforehand. I would have, if the question's up, why didn't they raise these issues earlier? We were in the process of moving in the end of December, and there was just no way. We moved on December 29th, and with the holidays and all my kids home, yeah. We just did not. We just couldn't swing it to come in and meet the assessor. It would have been would have been great if we could have resolved it at that stage, but unfortunately we just didn't have the time then. So, I apologize. Yeah, but I apologize for not doing it. I know you guys are swamped, and I just I would have loved to have the opportunity to talk with the assessor directly. And so anyway. If that comes up, I just wanted to let you know why we didn't do it that way.
Got it.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, it was a pleasure. So you used to work in Wilton?
Yes, I do.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, and you got a great keeper in Michelle. She's the best.
I'm a temporary board member. I live in Fairfield too myself, so I'm just volunteering to help out here during this.
Oh, okay. So you just for purposes of the proceedings.
Yeah.
How do you like it? Oh, are we off the record now? Cause
hang on. Oh. Let me do one thing. This will be the end of the recording for March 10th. We're ending at 8:09. There's no more appellants coming in. Thank you and have a great day.